Hello, everyone. Hi Pam, hi Ashley. Hi Daphne. Um, Hanging in there. Yeah. So what is everybody up to today? Oh, that's nice. Hi, Sue. Hi, Jody. Hi, Lisa. What's everybody up to today? What is going on? Hi, Kaz. Okay, so I'm going to do a reintroduction so people know who people are. For those that don't have their names in their channel names, Bud Files is Sue, Marketplace Boutique is Jody, Making It with Minglet is Lisa. And Squirrels Magnet Fishing and Outdoors is John. How are you today, John? Long time no see. You doing all right? For those who don't know what magnet fishing is, it's really a cool thing where people use magnets in the waterways to find metals. And sometimes they find really cool things that are worth keeping. And then sometimes they find just a whole bunch of metal that they then recycle instead of having it sit in our waterways. So I've got 4 more pages double-sided to do, and then of course I'll be pouring through it a couple more times just to see what I could put where, and I want to add things. Nope, not today. At the moment, anyway. Never know when that's going to happen, if it does. Let's see. Hi, Cass. Hi, Dawn. Anybody working on anything? Want to come up here and hang out with me for a little while? Or, I do have an open panel. Even if you've never done a live before, I welcome newbies. Yeah, you don't have to be completing anything to come up here. You could be doing that. You could be sorting through papers, whatever you want. Well, all you gotta do is email me, and that's the way I send my link. Now, if you've not done lives before, I don't care if it's your first day or 25th day, I have to take breaks. So you will be up here by yourself at some point. Trust me. All this stuff seems a lot scarier than what it is. Now, if you're going to use two devices, just be sure that because some people use a second device like I do to see the chat. And you either have to have an earbud, or even just if you can plug into your whatever you're watching it on, earphones, and a jack, and but just make sure that there's not two cases of the volume, two versions of what's going on here, and that causes echoes and stuff like that. Okie dokie. Got a second, I'll get that to you. And there you go. On its way. Okay. Oh, I see a desk. Wave at me. Thank you. Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
Welcome aboard. Hi, Lisa.
Hello.
Uh-oh. You got something else open?
Don't think so.
Yep. Because I hear the repeats.
Closed out. Now, that's it. Everything's closed out on the computer, so I should be good.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good now. Yep. I was just saying all that too.
Yeah, the echo thing is a real thing, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been harvesting magazines. Last week I had about 40 hours of a prednisone hyped up on prednisone to where I could not sleep. So I chose a task that was quiet, and I couldn't hurt anybody, and they could still sleep. So I started tearing up magazines that had been in a magazine rack for like 3 years. It was time to go. So what I'm working on is I folded a piece of paper in half and then in half again. So I've got these little tiny sections, and I found these in a magazine, and I don't know, they're real quirky and fun. And I'm thinking, well,
Oh, I
maybe
like those.
yeah, they're out of a New Yorker magazine, and I've got a
Oh.
whole pile of them. And so I'm thinking, okay, if I pull out like fabric pieces out of my harvest, I'm thinking
Mhm.
that I could probably make a really cool little mini journals with them.
Oh, that'd be neat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm heading with it. That's what I think is going to work. But they're so cute.
Yeah, I
And,
like
and there's so many different styles. I guess it's just their little logo thing, but I think if I blend and mix things, I probably can make that work. I guess it's just their. Okay, I've got my chat up on my phone now so I can see what people are saying.
Okay, but does it repeat me?
No, 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 I've got everything muted out on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want you to get feedback. So I'm glad I found your channel, by the way.
Well, I'm glad you did too. I'm
I
glad
mean,
you found me and I was able to
it,
find you.
it's funny because we do have some similarities. We have some things that are similar. So I think we could probably relate to each other on that level anyway.
Yeah.
And I like your journal work.
Oh,
I'm
thank
a
you.
real junky journaler, really. I do. It's just whatever strikes my fancy. Some days, I want
Do
to get
you
my
think
gel
I
plate
planned
out.
this?
I'm sorry.
Do you think I planned this?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, I haven't watched you enough to know how you work. I think
Absolutely
you're
not.
kind of working intuitively with things that are close by. Is that
Well, I gather, okay, like I have these journals sitting around, this brown leather journal that got gifted to me by somebody a long while ago, almost a year now. And I hadn't done anything with it. So I'm like, okay, it's a brown leather journal. So I just start going through papers, going through stickers, just going through stuff, and I just throw stuff in a pile. And then I start on the book. It's
I,
really
I think like when I look through magazines, I look for things that like this. There's nothing really special about it, but there's something about it that makes your eye wander or meander.
hmm
And so I thought, okay, I could see something coming out of that. And once I tear a magazine up, I try to just take anything that I think I might use out. And
right.
then I kind of weed it down. If it's a full page, I just kind of push it to the side. But I found I found some pretty good things that would possibly do image transfers that are
Well,
very quirky and weird in
I like
these New
quirky
Yorker
and weird.
magazines.
Quirky and weird is good.
I, let's see if I can. This has got lines, so it's going to probably dance. But I don't know. Do you watch
Oh, I love that.
Yolande? Are you familiar with Yolande? It's Devon X.
Yeah.
She does a lot of really good transfers. And when I saw this, I thought about her. I mean, she's like a transfer queen when it comes to transferring like a magazine page. But,
Oh yeah.
I looked at this and I thought, that's really quirky, but wouldn't that be cool on a
Mm-hmm.
big collage? So that's what I'm doing. I cut this stuff out and put it in this the biggest Amazon recyclable package I had ever gotten. And my husband said, "What are you going to do with all that? Why aren't you just throwing away the whole magazine?" I said, "Well, there's things in there that kind of speak to me." He said, "Well, I wish they'd shut up."
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm
Well,
recycling it in my own way. Stop.
well, that's kind of how I look at it. I mean, I, you know, I do. I'm on disability, so I'm on a limited income,
Yeah, me too.
and my husband is semi-retired. So things that we've already paid for or are already in the house makes sense if I can make them functional for what I do.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I start. It's like, what do I have and what can I do with it? But one of the things I did on this, I started seeing like blocks of colors. When you're on prednisone, funny things happen.
Hmm.
Well, some of them are not so
Unfortunately,
funny.
well, I won't say unfortunately.
Yeah,
Fortunately,
well,
I don't have those kinds of experiences. Thank God.
good for you.
Uh,
This was my first really bad experience with prednisone, and I'm
I've
glad
heard
my
of.
family loves me.
Hmm.
That grumpy, hateful kind of person came out, and I was like, "Who is this? I don't know this person."
Well, it's the other side everyone has, and some show and some don't, and it just has to be in the right chemical balance to show it.
Yeah, yeah, and this I I didn't have any. It was one of those no choice situations because everything
Hmm.
else had failed, and that's kind of when I will take prednisone. But it was determined that the best course of action was just to inject, and it was not good. I mean, I'm used to it, affecting my sleep and not letting me sleep. That's normal. I usually will get about 4 hours of sleep, and then I get up and I'm cleaning.
Right.
That is a happy side effect. When you get up and you want to clean.
Mm. No, 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 no. I don't know.
And then there's things like these words that are a good size that can be repurposed. The tipping point. Do you ever reach the tipping point?
Nuh-uh.
I I try to stay balanced, but you never know what you're going to get from one day to the next.
Well, the tipping point is that's a broad statement in itself.
It is. It is. That was a part of a financial ad, if I remember correctly. There's a little kitty cat for you. Can you see it?
Oh, so kiki cat. Oh, you gotta unmirror your image.
Unmir. Oh, 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 oh. Okay.
Three
Can you?
dots. Can you find the three dot symbol? I don't know if you ever
Yes, I
used
do see
Restream or
it.
not. Because
All
Restream,
right.
I use Restream because Restream is free, unlimited hours, period.
There it is, Mary. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not very tech savvy, but I'm getting better.
Mm-mm-mm.
There we go.
Oh, friend, I'm a little busy right now. Sorry.
These weren't the funnest magazines to go through. My choices were like Car and Driver, and I think it was Consumer Reports. And then I did actually pick up a couple of things from the thrift store. They sell the New Yorker magazines for a quarter.
Well, car and driver, you could get a lot of background stuff, you know?
Yeah, I like it when you can piece together things. I think it's I think collage is one of my best things that I enjoy. That's something I enjoy. I can sit here not knowing what I want to do and start trying to collage, and things start going pretty good. So do your kitties come to the camera? Ever come to your camera?
Yeah, they'll walk across my table.
I moderate for Sharon Shields at Texture Junkies. On Saturday nights, we stream usually the first and the third Saturday night of the month. And one day, she and I were just doing FaceTime, and her cat come right up to the camera, and then it put its butt towards me, and I was laughing so hard I was in tears. She said, "Oh my goodness," because she had turned around to get something, and the cat was all up in everything she was doing, and it was funny.
They're
But that's
cats. I'm
cats
sorry.
are cats. They
And
they don't understand
there's
limits.
Cattitude for a reason.
Yes.
So yeah,
Definitely.
you'll see cat butt every once in a while here. Sorry.
I see people coming in. Hi, I'm Lisa.
Hi, Maritza.
We can have us a dream car today. Something that costs a small fortune. I would get in trouble with that. I tell you, I would.
Yeah, me too.
It wouldn't take long. I used to laugh at my husband because it was like he was on a schedule for getting tickets, and we were coming back from a trip, and his parents had brought our car, which was a minivan at the time. This was like in the mid 90s probably. And he was driving the minivan and got a speeding ticket, and his parents were in the car. I said, "How embarrassing is that?" I just laughed. I thought it was funny. But he had not gotten a ticket in so long, and then he waits till his parents are in the car to get it. Like,
Yeah.
oops, not a good thing. Yes, cats are fun. I miss having cats. We had this cat that he got into the house by trickery. Honestly, we had a black and white cat that had no tail, and that cat, it lived here. Its name was Bingo, and that cat was house trained. When it needed to go to the bathroom, it would go to the door and it would indicate it needed to be let out. So we were in the living room, and my husband was closest to the door. So when the cat needed to go out, he let the cat out. Well, then he heard, the cat scratching at the door to come back in. So he gets up and he's watching TV, and he was not paying attention to what was going on.
Right, you just open the door,
He
close the
just
door.
opened the door, and this big, like 30-pound cat walks in and just meanders his way to the kitchen, starts eating, drinking, and then comes back and just sits and looks at him. I looked at him and I said, "Where'd that cat come from?" He said, "What do you mean? I let the cat in." I said, "Bill, that's not our cat."
Yeah, you see a lot of those videos on YouTube here.
It,
My this, my that, not my cat. Yeah.
well, there for a while, people dumping cats off in our neighborhood, and the lady across the street took in quite a few of them. But this particular one, he took a liking to the cat. It had like a little half of a mustache under its nose, and it was a really, really sweet cat. I go to
Oh,
church, and the
black
next
and white
day,
tuxedo. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, exactly. My mom thought he looked like Groucho Marx and thought we should have named him Groucho. But the next day, I come back from church, and my husband had been out running errands and had stopped at McDonald's. And I see French fries on the wall, the retaining wall. I see French fries on the wall. I looked at him, I said, "You're not feeding that cat, are you?" I said, "If you feed the cat, it's going to stay." So, needless to say, the next day, he told me, he said, you just go and take that cat. That's going to be my cat. You just go ahead and take that cat up to the vet tomorrow, and we're just going to keep this cat.
Yeah, this is
I
a cat
said,
that
"Yeah,
adopted
okay."
us. Adopted
That's
us
how we got him.
outside,
Yeah,
and
it's been a
he's now
while. We've not
now
had cats
passed.
dropped off lately. It's been a while. I'm feeling like it's time for one to come and visit and just decide to
Lisa.
stay. But my husband tells me we're through with pets.
Can you hear me, honey?
I, oh, how cute!
Yeah, that was Kitty.
Adorable.
He's not with us any longer, but he was an outside
Oh,
cat that somebody, I think he came from a couple of houses down from me. The lady passed,
yeah.
and they just put the cat out. And he
It's
came and
sad.
adopted us,
It's
and
sad when
he,
people pass or, are no longer able to take care of their animals and they end up on the streets. I mean, we've taken several in that, had some, we even had some that had some health issues, that we had to take care of. But I don't know, a lot of those the strays that would wander in like that, we did get some really good cats out of it. And they were great. They were great with the family. When that cat died, my youngest child was heartbroken. That was her best friend. She used to dress the cat in overalls. Yeah, yeah. When we had the cat before she was born, and when we started bringing the baby stuff in and putting it in the room, the cat was real curious. So
oh,
I was
that's funny.
kind of worried about how the cat was going to react.
Lisa. Jody says she had a house sitter for 2 weeks while she was on vacation, came home to an extra cat.
Yeah, that's a funny one. Yeah, it's nice when they end up in good homes,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't have pets. My daughter that lives about 15 minutes from me. She has a real sweet dog named Luna, and then she has also a bearded dragon,
Mm-hmm.
and it used to come and stay in my dining room, which is basically a plant room. When she would go on vacation. But now that she lives so close, I just go over and take care of it. But it is so spoiled.
God, she probably loved coming over there, staying in the plant room.
She did. She did. It's just that since she started out when she first got her, she was maybe, let's see, about 4 or 5 inches long, and now she's
Oh,
probably with her tail all the way out. She's probably about 10 to 12 inches.
yeah.
So makes a difference. Makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
But but it's nice to have animals. I mean, I don't know. I think if you people that live alone, if they have pets, it makes their life so much better.
Well, it's
It's better
company.
for
It's
everybody.
unconditional love. Um, they accept you for who you are.
Exactly. No judgment,
No,
which I think
except when the
that in
dinner,
itself.
except that the food bowl is empty. Then yeah, there's a little judgment. But
I
but
think
that's
that
more. But that's more about even cats and dogs. It doesn't matter. That's more about making sure they have their next meal. Because they're technically from wild animals, so they're used to trying to make sure they eat when they can because they don't know when their next meal might be. So.
right, right, yeah. The little dog that she has, it was she we live in North Carolina, and she drove down to South Carolina to get this dog. It had been taken out of an abusive situation by a home health nurse
Mm-hmm.
and had gotten a new home for it. And the gentleman that had taken the cat in passed away. So she took the dog back, but she was expecting a baby anytime and decided that, she, with a new baby coming and all that she already had going on, that she just could not, in good conscience, make a commitment to keep this little dog. And the only shelters in her area were kill shelters. So my daughter saw
There
the
is no
dog.
such thing as a no kill,
I
no
know
shelter. There's no such thing.
they all do what they got to do. I mean, I hate it. I don't like it. For me, ever since I was a kid, I mean, if something happened to our dog, we went to the pound, we got another one. But anyway, she went and got this dog, and it had been abused, and had been abused to the point that when if anybody new come around, it would just cringe. It would put its head down and be kind of pitiful. It just, it wasn't ready to deal with the people. So she come a long ways though. I mean, now she's real outgoing. She's real playful, fun little dog. But she's rotten. My daughter was traveling over the weekend, and her sister stayed with the dog part of the time. And yesterday, since she had to go back to work, I went over there and hung out with her for like 3 hours. And we went and walked and went to the dog park and had some fun. I don't know who was walking who. We both needed to walk, so we walked me and I walked her, and it was good for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But she got these like ice blue eyes, real cute. And silly lizard lets me hand feed her. If somebody had told me when I was growing up I'd play with a big old lizard, I wouldn't have believed them. I would have thought they were crazy. It's like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I hear a lot of positive things about the bearded dragons, but they are hard to take care of.
They, I mean,
A lot that goes on there.
I mean, they have to get bathed, and like right now, I felt bad for her because I thought, okay, it was, it wasn't terribly cold yesterday, but she stays out in what is a sunroom or a bonus room. It's where my
Mm-hmm.
daughter has her plants, and there's windows on two walls, so it gets a lot of natural light. And I thought if I take her out, she's gonna get so cold. But she needed a bath. I told my daughter, I said, when you get home, you need to put that little critter in the bathtub. She needs a bath. But she likes to get out and explore. I mean, she doesn't generally go too terribly far, but she can be so funny. She makes us laugh. If I go in and I talk to the dog and I don't talk to her directly, I'll start hearing noises, and she'll try to catch my eye so that I come in there and talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Like, hello, I'm here too. Hello, hello.
Yeah, it's just like little kids. It's like kids. Exactly. My daughter, my youngest daughter, she said, "Mama, why do you think she does that?" And I was like, "Well, it's just like a kid, they like attention. They like to know that they've been seen and that somebody's gonna come in there and feed them."
Mm-hmm. They're not forgotten about.
Now, do you use? I mean, when you're doing your pages, are you using mostly scrapbook paper, or do you use wallpaper? What kinds of stuff do you use?
Um, well, there's cardstock, there's scrapbook paper, I have regular colored like copy paper. I
So you use
quite a bit
an
of vellum.
assortment.
I use everything. I don't think about it really. I just like this is actually the cardboard from these letters, these sticker letters.
Right.
That that was the background behind the.
Yeah, I try to make use of what I've got. I like it when I get, a box from the kitchen. Some of them have that waxy stuff. I don't bring them up here generally. And when I'm saying up here, this is the guest craft/craft room. But
Mm-hmm.
if it's got the waxy stuff, I don't even bring it up here because I just don't like all that you have. I don't enjoy all the things that you have to do to make it workable. But
If it has a shiny coating, you're saying?
yeah, you know how sometimes it's a
This
like
does.
yeah,
All I
I
did
don't
was put
know.
a little bit of
Somehow I just
sandpaper.
kind of
It's because it was already colored and whatever.
yeah, I like that. I mean, I
All that
like
was
that.
already
I
done.
would use that, but sometimes I'm reluctant on the
But all I did was use a little bit of sandpaper on the edge here where I wanted to put the trim. That's it. Because the back side wasn't shiny, so I was able to adhere the note paper to it pretty easily.
yeah. I think probably what I'm referring to is something that's shiny on the outside and shiny on the inside. If
Oh
it's
yeah, something that doesn't have a flat surface at all.
right,
Yeah.
if it's got a surface I could write on, or I don't have to really, do anything to, I will use the piece like that. This was in that magazine, like a what do they call
Mm-hmm.
it?
Ventriloquist.
Ventriloquist, yes. And I thought that's kind of quirky and
Actually, I
weird.
think that's Charlie. Charlie?
Like was it? I
Not
can't
Charlie
remember
Chaplin.
what his last name was
Not
because my
Charlie Chaplin. It's a famous puppet. I guess can't.
right. I was trying to think yesterday when I found it. I was
I
trying to
think
think
that's who
what
that
was
is.
that name, but I do think you're right about it being Charlie. This had this one dressed like this, and the man holding it was dressed identical, and I
Right.
thought it was a hoot. You just never
Yeah.
know what you'll find.
Oh, I think it's Charlie. I can't. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway.
My brother had one. He was he had that, and then he had a Mrs. Beasley doll. My dad wasn't particularly fond of him having dolls, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well. Oh well.
Well, I will tell you that we taught that boy how to cook, clean, and take care of babies. So he's a good daddy.
Mm-hmm.
His doll business paid off.
Mm-hmm.
So how long have you been doing your crafting?
Paper crafting.
Hmm.
About a year.
And what did you? I mean,
My main craft is crochet,
okay.
but I'll I try. I've seen this. I started seeing it as I got to know people here on YouTube, and I'm like, and that looks pretty neat.
Yeah,
Um,
that's kind of how I got started. I started out, I was watching Froyle from New Zealand,
mm-mm.
and she was doing gel prints, and I thought, well, that looks like fun. And then I just started watching other YouTubers. I mean, when COVID happened and I could no longer go out, I mean, well, when COVID happened, due to health concerns, I was home more than I was anywhere else. The only time that I wasn't home was when I physically had to present myself at the doctor's office. Otherwise, my family would make sure that whatever needed to be brought into the house was. Groceries got delivered to the porch, things like that. And I was watching TV and I just started getting so burnt out. And my husband said, "Well, maybe you need to find something different. Do find a hobby. Find something to do." So I started poking around YouTube, and I mean, at night, that's kind of like our routine. We'll sit and watch TV together, and we've got our YouTubers that we watch at night. We watch whatever's popped up new for the day, and that's kind of what we do. And I really had never picked out or followed any YouTubers personally. I mean, I
Yeah, I
haven't
watched on YouTube for a long time, but never followed people.
exactly. I mean, it was there, but I wasn't really using it very much.
I use it to look up crochet tutorials. Every once in a while, they'd catch me with an animal video. Once in a while, something for music, and I didn't use it a lot. And then, the whole pandemic thing happened, and that really got me more into looking around on it and watching more things. And then when that got over with, it made me, at that time period, made me realize how much stuff I have made crochet wise. Even before that, I mean, I have easily over 1,000 pieces, big, small to big, you know what I'm saying, of crochet.
Wow.
Um,
My hands won't do that. That's, I mean, I'm limited in what my hands will and will not do, and
yeah,
crochet
I
is
like smalls too. So I found as time went on that I prefer working with threads rather than with yarn. Um, I mean, not that I hate yarn or anything like that, but
right, right. Well, I mean, I have crochet needles, and I know the basic fundamentals, but that's not something my mom taught me to do. You know, different stitches and things like that. I used to do a lot of needlework when I was younger, and I didn't have a problem with it. But the job that I was a bank teller, a vault teller for almost 20 years, and I played with a lot of money and had, in a bank situation, you count it, you recount it, you count it again, and
right.
it takes a lot of wear and tear on your hands. Well,
Yeah,
I wore my hands out
I'm sure.
between that and just what would have happened eventually anyway just happened
Right.
sooner. So they've gone in and reconstructed. My right hand has had some reconstruction done, and
But there's so many tools nowadays that can aid people to still do certain crafts like crochet.
yeah, I think if I sat down with someone, and I had, like the right size crochet hook, I might be able to do a little bit.
But
I do,
that's the good thing about crochet or even knitting, if you're careful with it, when it's something you can put up, you could do a little bit of, and you can put it back up again,
right.
You don't have to sit there and finish a whole project in one sitting.
I know the lady that I used to go to church with, she was adorable. She would sit through Sunday school and, she would just be doing her thing. She wasn't even looking, it was just so natural for her
Hmm.
to have that in her hand and be doing things. But she was so sweet. She made, little blankets for the seniors, to take over to help them stay warm. Then she started doing like these busy quilts for the Alzheimer's unit,
Hmm.
and it was amazing. And I thought, well, I wish I'd gotten her to teach me how to do it. I might have been able to learn and might have been able to make that work.
Okay, well, actually, this is the first paper thing I did, and it was a book dedicated to my animals.
Oh, that's so sweet. And I like that you use the rings because that definitely gives you room to add.
Yeah.
If as time goes by, you can add more to it.
Yep.
It's not a limited thing.
Yeah. So, first page is me. Yeah, I can get this to flip. Okay. Like I said, this is the very first I ever did. I went and got some went to the store and I found paper that was on sale, like pretty darn good prices and all that. And I also did like photocopy, a lot of photocopying. Like I'm in here with all these dolls. And this is like statistics on me. So the first page is me. And then each right side on the thing is dedicated to an animal, and the left is like a generic. And then I was cutting out and finding coloring books and doing this and that and the other, and wanted a place to keep the stuff in. So I made up with a Ziploc bag, I made a keeper, a zipper keeper.
Very clever.
So I had all the stuff in the book. See, like, that's Cookie. And Cookie had 7 babies, 6 of which are with me, and one that decided to fly the coop pretty young. Yeah. He was one of those cats that had a very old soul.
Oh, he was a wanderer.
And he couldn't take all the stuff going on here with all the kids, and he's like, you know what?
That's it. It's funny how their personality comes out. Some cats are okay if they're not by themselves, but then you have those
Yeah.
cats
Well, he
that
hung
just
around
want to be independent
my
and all that.
neighborhood, but far enough away where I really kind of wasn't involved in his life. Other neighbors were taking care of him. But I'd see him from time to time. Yeah. So Cookie, and she had 7, 6 of which are still with me, which is so her and 6 of her kids are 7 of the 8 cats that I have. This is Teddy. And there's little things up there to write on. Pocket here. No clue what I was doing here. I used tissue paper on the background of this. This is Baba's. And I named her according to after Baba Black Sheep.
Yes.
So I printed out the Baba Black Sheep song, put it on her page. And
It's like a
then
flashback in time. You forget those things when you get older. You start forgetting those cute things that you knew as a child. At
and
least
then
I have.
and then I had this calendar of just different facts for cats and stuff like that. One of those little the block calendars for the desk.
Yes.
And it says, according to British superstition, chasing away a black cat can bring bad luck because she's black. And then I came up with this, and I haven't repeated this. I think I should. But this is like a velour fabric.
Yes.
And I cut it up, and I laid it down so it was like an interactive, like you could pet.
I like it.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a little book a kid's book that had a rabbit in it, and all throughout the book,
The
when
rabbit had the rabbit
it
fur.
had something that was texture. It had different textures, but in the very end, you got like this real fuzzy, fluffy piece. Oh, that's cute. I like that card.
That's out of a coloring book. I just reduced it.
Nice.
Some of it, yeah. I use everything. You know. Book, and this is just. In Italy, it's believed that hearing a cat sneeze once will bring you good luck. And in ancient Egypt, charms, amulets in the shape of a cat goddess Bastet were given on New Year's Day for good luck. And there's a cat sitting up here. And all the books are titled Cats, and Kittens. cats and kittens.
That cat has gorgeous eyes.
That's Chris. She's been on here before.
Cute, cute.
She's my itty bitty kitty. She was the baby of the. She was the runt of the litter. And people see her still sometimes. I think she's an itty bitty baby, but she's not. Old lady now. And this came out
The
of.
cat. We had a couple that were Manx without the tails, and
Mm-hmm.
they're kind of funny because when they're moving around, especially when they're young, they really have trouble balancing because their
Mm-hmm.
tail's not. They don't have a tail. So when they walk across the floor, instead of just walking, sometimes they look like they're kind of hopping like a bunny
Mm-hmm.
rabbit, and it's really adorable. But they're tiny. They generally do not get very big. They're pretty small cats.
Yeah, like this came out of a adult coloring book. Nice color.
I never thought about reducing that stuff for tags. That's a great idea.
And that was Chris. And this is a photocopy of a master board I made with some scrap paper. This is Goldie. This is the one that said he had enough of the household of the kids and split about 14, 15 months old. He was like, I'm out of here. Not doing it no more.
Not my thing, right?
So then down here, these are little note things here. And I put them where they look like ice cream cones because his tongue is sticking out. So it's like he's licking the ice cream cone.
Oh,
Again, here's some more of those birds. This is all adult coloring book stuff. This was a sticker I enlarged. Took a photocopy of and made it bigger. That's Cutie.
I see you've got pages that kind of want to stick to themselves, huh? I've got a few of those.
No. It's Velcro.
Oh, it's Velcro. Okay. I thought,
I don't do
yeah,
the whole coatings or like I don't use matte medium or anything like that.
I'm
I'm
not particularly fond of matte medium, but I do like Mod Podge, but I've learned that if I use Mod Podge, that I sometimes will end up with pages that stick. And
right. You gotta have the resin powder, rosin powder. Kind of like if you shoot pool and you had that rosin powder,
yes,
that takes that stickiness.
I think that Mariah on PM Artist, I think she said you can even like do like a dusting with like cornstarch or baby
Yep.
powder.
Yep.
And
You
I
can.
I told my daughter, I said, we need to see if we can fix these sticky books.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully we'll
It's
get
like
those
this is a
done.
coloring book page. I had a cat by the doorway here, and I liked it. I reduced it so I could put it in the book. And then I'm like, man, I love that picture. It almost looks like you look like if you were looking across the way. And I said, oh, I
It
can make a
does.
window. So the window, and then this fabric here. I made curtains.
Yeah, that's a nice touch.
So it's like you're looking out the window across at the neighbor and the cat, so across the alley or whatever at the neighbor's front door, side door or whatever. That's Smokey.
Is that Paul ribbon with paws on it that you had for the belly band?
No, but it's paper.
Okay.
It's just paper.
I think I actually have some ribbon that my daughter left here that has paws. It's like
Yeah, I
a
have ribbon
Christmas.
that has paws on it. Yeah.
It's a Christmas ribbon, and I think it says paws.
No,
But I'm
mine
trying to
says
remember
paws.
where the last place I saw it was, if it's with the Christmas stuff or if it's with the craft stuff, because I try to keep them separate just to make things easier for everybody.
So there's another reading room. And cat's hiding.
Oh,
I need a journaling area in here, and it has all journaling up there too. Cat's hiding. Desi, and like these were stickers that I blew up.
I think it's pretty easy to find things with cats. I was kind of inspired. My daughter recently has been going through a lot of clothes, trying to weed out what she likes, don't like. And before we send stuff out the door to a charity, I usually look and see if there's anything that I want out of their goodie bags. And she had a yellow shirt with black writing in it, had a cat in like a little script. It said meow. And as soon as I started looking at it, I thought, that would make a cool journal to take that face and fold it in half basically and have
Mm-hmm.
like a cat shape. If you opened it up, you would see the full face, but when it was closed, you would only see the ears and such.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna, that's on my list of thoughts of things to do. I've got a couple of projects that I'm trying to get done and then I'm gonna hit that up.
Yeah. So see, like this is just the piece that I cut out of here to create the frame, and this was a sticker that I blew up. That's Presley. And those that are no longer with me, I made up these little things that say Rainbow Bridge on it, and that'll go on their
Oh,
paper.
that's nice.
Yeah.
I I always hate it when people's pets die. It's like I have a friend in the UK, and we got to go to Scotland last year, and we had never been out of the country, but it was for a medical conference, and we went as volunteers to help them get the conference done. So I got to meet her, what she called her old lady, her old lady dog, and I think it was about just around Thanksgiving that little dog passed, and it just broke my heart because I know how much she loved that dog and how much she appreciated that dog, especially when she was dealing with her pain issue.
Yep. That says Cuddles. And now I did. Oh, I owned. I didn't own. I had pet dogs when I was younger, but I only was the owner of one dog and as an adult. This is Mickey. And again, this is just coloring book stuff.
I will definitely be making. What I'm gonna have to do is take pictures of them and take them. My husband, he'll say, "You're gonna use up all our ink," if I copy stuff. So I just take it to Staples and get them to do it for me.
There's spread, and then made what kind of look like the birds.
And I like the polka dots there.
Yeah. And then a bunch more quotes. And this is Thunder. He was only a baby. Says, when you were so tiny, you and your sisters all fit in my two open hands. You started to grow and learn as I nursed you all with bottles and snuggles. 3.5 weeks you got ill and passed away in my hands. You were the
No.
smallest and too weak to survive. I shed a tear as I remember his wonderful personality that was developing so quickly. Thunder, you were truly loved though your life was short.
That
Yeah.
is beautiful. That is beautiful. I
Thun-
know that brings back a lot of emotion.
mhm. Thunder, rain, and the cat that it was just here. That's Storm, and that was their sister.
I like their
Um,
names.
Well, they were found in a thunderstorm.
Well, that's the perfect. That's how cats need to be named according to how they come to you, or what you think of when you first see them or hold them.
And this
That's
is Rain. And she must have had a congenital thing that wasn't discovered. Because when I took her to her year checkup at the vet, everything was fine. And she passed at 14 months old. She literally laid down in the grass, like stretched out, laid down,
oh,
and did not wake up.
that's the thing about that. That's one of the reasons That's the real reason my husband doesn't say, okay, I want a new pet, because when he was growing up, they had really one pet, and it was this cat. And that cat, it was a big cat, but it was so spoiled. It was very well loved. But when that cat was gone, he said never be another one to like it. Then Bobo come along, the cat that he let in by accident, and
Mhm.
once that cat was gone, he said, "I'm not doing this. This is painful. I don't want. I'm gonna choose not to do this anymore. I don't
Yeah,
want to
okay.
have to
We'll
feel
see.
things." I said, "Okay, I can
Now,
I can."
Rain. There's Rain at 14 months. I cried again. Don't know why, but I found you laying in our front yard as if just sunning yourself. You were gone. My sweet, loving snuggler, my best fetcher. Your mews were so cute, and your temper tantrums even cuter. You wanted the bottle. Yeah. I have a couple of videos of playing catch and
Oh,
fighting with the bottle and stuff like that.
that's one thing with having cell phones that do so much. That's something that you you have now that we didn't have growing up. You can get those moments captured. You can have pictures that would otherwise not have been made.
I ain't gonna mess with it right now. But this flips up and there's a writing spot underneath Kitty.
So if with you having the writing spaces in there, if they do something funny or silly, I guess you have an opportunity to go and record it.
Yeah, I have the opportunity. Have I really got in?
No, but it's there.
Yeah.
I do like the way that when you're doing your journals. When I joined you the other day and you were working in the smaller journal book
Hmm.
and you were working off the prompts, I like that you leave your left page open for writing and use your right page for art. I do like how you do that. I think it's a good way to
Oh, in my
use.
in my prompt books.
Yeah.
Well,
You,
I put the prompts on that side, on the back of these books you're talking about.
the one that you had was smaller, and one of the prompts was a thumbprint bee.
Oh.
Because I just grabbed, a journal that I normally write my day-to-day activities in, because I have to live by a list, because if I don't write it down, I forget. My short-term memory, doesn't always kick in like it should. But yeah, that. And I
Yeah,
think you said you
same
left your.
thing.
Okay.
I write the prompts on the back. But it's there too if I wanted to ever actually journal in them. There's still space. But yeah, these are just my prompting books,
Okay.
my prompt books. And I I have one for the channel here that I started because people kind of wound up taking me to do some prompts by providing me some prompts.
Well, I think it's good that I think it's good to have prompts. I think sometimes if you're not, I mean, if I sit down and I do not have an idea of what I'm going to do, this is my go-to. I have this used to be a Parmesan cheese holder,
Mm-hmm.
and I just put this on there. It says prompts, and anytime I get hear a prompt, I just write it down and shove it in here, and I can
Yep.
shake it up and pull something out, and I've got something that'll unfreeze the brain fog, or where I'm not
Yeah.
thinking clearly or not able to come up with
So
an idea.
here's the puppy I had, Cinchetta.
Oh,
Yeah.
growing up, we always had. I mean, we didn't have pets in the house as a
Well,
general rule.
that was the first first animal I owned as an adult.
We've had dogs and cats, but they're all. I mean, they've all had their place, and now they're gone. But I do have the pets at my daughter's house. I can go visit them anytime,
Mm,
which is nice.
I think this came out. Remember anymore.
That's a sweet face.
Mm,
What kind of dog?
it was a collie and golden retriever mix, or no, Labrador mix. Sorry, golden
We
lab.
we had a my dad was a truck driver, and he would go to this was back in the day when CBs were popular,
Mm-hmm.
and they would have people would have like these what they call breaker breakfasts
Mm-hmm.
for people that were on CB radios. And my dad went one Saturday morning, to do the coffee thing with some of his buds. And he comes home with this dog. Somebody had showed up with a box full of puppies, and he was a sucker for a puppy.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought that little rascal home, and it was part German Shepherd and part Beagle. Little odd looking
Wow,
dog. Um,
a hunting
we
protector.
Yeah, it was the Heinz 57 variety from the looks of it. That's what they would call them around here,
Mm-hmm.
or a soon, or just soon to be one thing is
Daisy May.
another. Exactly. So,
Daisy May was actually my ex roommate's cat, and when she got sick, she was old. When she got sick, he couldn't deal with it, so he kind of like left the house and stuff. And I had her with me while I was live, and I had to end the live because she passed. She was on my lap.
I
The
know
live is still here.
that to me it's hard when an animal is, getting to that point. With the last cat, she was still seemed to be doing okay, even though the doctor said, "Well, this is going on. Your cat's not going to be with you long," and she still was doing okay. She was getting quieter, sleeping more, just like people do.
Hmm.
And one day, I was in the kitchen, and she come and just looked at me and just sat there and didn't meow, which was really unusual.
Hmm.
She had no appetite, and
Hmm.
I mean, there was something about her eyes that just I knew it was time.
Hmm.
I just I called I texted my husband at work, and I said, I'm taking your cat to the vet. It's time. And I got a message back with a sad face, but I mean, we did not want that cat to suffer, and
Yeah.
her behavior that she was displaying, it was like, yeah, it's time. So
Yeah.
I
So
let
this
her
live is
let her
still
go. But,
it's
but
still
it's
there.
hard.
Um, this was also my roommate's cat Bella. Last I know, she's still alive and kicking. And this cat also has been on my live. It's just Chew was my ex roommate's cat, and he would say hello, hello.
I love it. I love it. I love talkative cats. Some people don't like them, but I do like a cat that communicates.
He's a Siamese, has that long silky hair.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Oh, and they sound like babies when they talk.
Hmm.
When I was growing up, there was some people that lived up the street, and they had a male and a female Siamese cat. And when we would be walking up the street to go catch the bus, when those cats heard us, they would start, and it's just like this song, and it's like, what the heck?
Yeah. Yeah. Careful with the songs on here. I have 8 cats.
Yeah, we don't want to disturb the babies. Well, I have finished one page. That's probably all I'm gonna get done
Well,
for
see.
now. I think I'm gonna have to go
Let's see. Let's see.
do some chores. But they're not so fun stuff.
Mm-mm.
This has been a lot of fun, though. I appreciate you let me come on with you.
Of course.
It
And
was
like I said,
fun.
maybe you're not obligated to be on here the whole time I'm on. You can just come up, do a little project, and leave. You could be sorting stuff. You could be, you don't have to.
Well, I will watch for you to pop up, and if I can come hang out with you, I will definitely come hang out with you again. And
You're more than
I'll
welcome.
and thank you so much, for subscribing to my channel. I
Oh yeah,
appreciate
I
it.
try to subscribe to everybody I meet, and then I have to. Unfortunately, you know how it is. You kind of can't see everybody's stuff all the time, especially when
And
you're
that
on
is
your
so
own.
true. And that's one of the things that sometimes, I could sit all day and do it, but it's not what's best for my body. You can't. I realize that you're probably similar. You can't sit so long. You need to get up and do something. You got to do something.
Well, I just got to
Yeah,
get up, move a little bit, and then I come back and sit down again. And I'm shifting
yeah,
around back here. That's also why I'm not camera facing because I move around quite a bit. And
yeah. I have to. I don't. I mean, I get up in the morning, my feet hit the floor, and I go pretty much until bedtime. It's just the way I am. If I didn't get up and move about every 15 minutes, I just get stiff, and it makes me feel old.
mhm.
I'm not a spring chicken, but I don't want to feel old either. I want to be able to get out and enjoy life. So it's been fun, and everybody, bye.
All right, Lisa, bye bye. Did you find the button?
I'm looking for it.
There it is. All right, folks, I'm going to take a little break, sit back and enjoy the music. I shall return. Hey, Scarlet. Yeah, my chat stopped. I had to refresh. I had my phone when I went out for my break, and I pulled up the live. And that's when I saw you. So sorry about that. Hello, everyone up in the background, in the balcony. How are you? What do I want to do? No. That's cool. Darn it. Alright, figure out something to fix that. Hi, Kel, meow. Hi, Dusty. Hi, Willow. Okay, maybe I can speak again. Hi, Willow. A little like crud, but happy crud. I'm okay. Well, there's no point in being all depressed about it. Is what it is. Nope. It's just a journal. Thank you, though. I just want to remind people that when I'm making stuff, if you like it, hit me up. Email goes across the screen. Brenda. Hi, Brenda. Happens though some days, Brenda. Okie dokie. Hi, Linda. Um, it was a pre-done journal. There's looks like well, they're sewn in through the leather. They wind up here, so it looks like it started out up here. Um, through the outside, crisscrossed, came out, probably through all the outsides, or through here actually, and then back into the center and back out. Yeah, so I didn't do the binding, so I haven't ventured that far yet, and comprehending the how to do binding. Just yet. Anyway. Yeah. I really don't know. I didn't do the binding. I didn't put it together. And there's 5 signatures in here. And there's 5 sets of good for you, Cal. That is so exciting. If this is kind of what it looks like, then I hope what I showed you helped a little bit. It's see, like I said, that's the first signature. So I'm assuming, which is a bad word, it starts out putting the first signature and having a thread up at the top and a thread come out at the bottom. And then these are tied on, and that comes through the center and out. Yeah, one comes, one there, and then one there, one there. And then what it looks like is you come across with the center one, to the top of the next signature. Or no. Okay. What it appears to me happens is it comes out here and here, and you tie on, and you got here and here. So you got 4 strings. And then, well, before I say that, let me look at the back again. I don't know. Start at the back. Okay. Ah, could be. So, string through here and a string through here. So they come out. And then it looks like the center one crosses over to the end of the next signature. The second signature. But then, okay, the second signature, and then goes through second signature and comes back out the second hole here. In the meantime, the outside one is actually going into the third signature here. And then string that's coming out of here is going to the fourth. So this comes out, goes into the third, goes across the third, comes out, goes into the fifth. So you're alternating. I hope this is making some sort of sense. Starting from the back, I have 2 strings, 2 strings coming through the first signature. Your outside, both outside ones skip a signature. And tie in your third signature. Your inside ones, that one goes to the second signature. Goes across it inside, comes out here, skips the third, goes into the fourth, goes across, comes out here, then goes into the last. But the thing is that I don't see where that ties in. Where the heck is that tied in? Anyway. That's why I haven't done it yet. Hi everyone up in the balcony. Actually, Brenda, if you take a screenshot and then look up with Google Image, you may be able to find the video that way easier. Yeah, but they're not knotted anywhere in here. The only knots are right there. That's why the whole starting from the back thing makes no sense, because it appears as though you got to go through here first. And out. And I don't know if the other side, maybe you got to come through the center and out. I don't know. But these knots are they're coming out of the center here and tying onto this cord. So it almost seems like it's one cord to me. But going out, starting from this side, going out, 1 and 1. But I don't know. Hi, Mary. All right, Willow. Thanks for hanging out. Hi, Kathy. Really? Do you have the link to that channel, Kathy? All right, Linda. Thanks for hanging out, honey. Thank you. Good for you, Brenda. Yep. Hmm. Yep. Oh, thank you. All right, Kathy. Thanks for hanging out. All right, folks. I'm actually gonna call this one after I read my cat book. Cat book today says. In 1970, the Isle of Man issued a 1 crown coin with Queen Elizabeth II on one side and a Manx cat on the other, making it reportedly the only coin in the world with a cat on it. Interesting. Okay, so I want to thank everyone who came in. I want to thank everyone who hung out. I want to thank those of you who will watch us in the future. Please like, comment, subscribe. But most importantly, please enjoy the rest of your day.